There's something wrong here. I can't. I can't do. Okay. I don't even know how to get rid of that now. Okay, thank you. I would love to get rid of that, but I don't know how.
right.
All right. I hope everybody can hear me this morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? Oh, my Lord. So let me tell you, I'm working hard with my son and his group to get to where we can just use World's Wave to stream from, because it does work with YouTube now, which is great. But the problem is I need that avatar screen to work, not just that live face, because I don't always want to just use my face. Like this morning, it's too early. I mean, I just got up. I cannot get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and get ready for a trial that starts at 9 a.m. in Massachusetts, and we have to go live at 8 a.m. over here. So that's what kind of this confusion was, and that's why you see that last minute thing pop up, because then I was going to maybe try to go through YouTube and use their streaming. I don't know. I just had to go back to StreamYard this morning. We will get it worked out. But anyway, I'm ready for trial today. I hope you are too. My husband was so interested in what happened in trial last night. He's like, well, what happened today? What happened today? And I started trying to explain the whole thing to him. He was like, good God. Because I don't understand. She said she did it. What difference does it make whether she was sane or insane? Give her the choice. She can either go to the medical, she can go to a hospital for the rest of her life, or she can go to jail for the rest of her life. Why do you got to go through all this? I said, well, I don't know, honey. That's just the way it works. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. I have to take some of these pages out of here. And I am very excited about witness number 60. Yes, we are going to be starting on witness number 60 this morning. And it's going to be that other doctor that other person they kept referring to. There you go, put that back like that. Yesterday afternoon during trial. I just think it's going to be her. I don't remember that person's name, but I do remember them talking about another doctor. So I think it's going to be another doctor this morning. But, I went back and watched the people last night talking about it, and there's some people that are just thinking she's going to get insane. There's some people that think she's going to get sane. People are all over the place about what's going to happen in this trial. So, anyway. Oh, goodness. It's having such a hard time waking up this morning. It's terrible. It's probably because I've stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning because, I need to make sure that my baby dogs go outside and go use the bathroom before I go to sleep, because the dang thing, I don't want to mess up my floors. I don't like that one bit. So even though they have pads down, you still got to make sure they have went outside and they have done their deeds. So anyway. Let me turn this on over here while we wait a few minutes. What time is it? Oh, we're not going to have to wait very long. It's 7:57 already. All right. If you're in the bushes, come on in, talk to us. We don't bite over here. Again, this is always going to be a safe space for anybody who wants to come over. Your opinions are valued. Your opinions are yours, and you are free to say whatever it is you feel like saying. We do not judge people over here. We do not allow people to say derogatory things to each other or about other creators. It will always be a safe space over here. Let me just put that out there right this morning. And we have not given our actual fair use disclosure in a while, so let me do that right quick. Go ahead and do a fair use disclosure. Okay, let me see. Come on, machine. All right. Hang on just a second. This content is provided for purposes of commentary, criticism, news reporting, education, and public interest discussions. Certain copyrighted materials may be used under the Doctrine of Fair Use as provided by Section 107 of the U.S. Copyright Act. The use of copyrighted material is not intended to infringe upon the rights of the copyright holder. Original commentary, analysis, discussion, and/or criticism have been added to provide transformative context and public interest value. All rights to the copyrighted materials remain with their respective copyrighted owners. No ownership or third-party copyrighted material is claimed. This channel does not intend to misrepresent, reproduce, or replace the original works. Where applicable, viewers are encouraged to consult the original source materials for the complete context. And there's our fair use. We've gotten that out of the way. And they are fixing to start. We are ready for court this morning. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. Love seeing that feed right there. There we go. All right. So glad we don't have to wait long this morning. Yay. Well, I say that. We think they're ready. We see they're ready. But are they really ready? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so hope everybody has their coffee made and they are ready to go. It's too hot. It's like I made this cup of pretty stout coffee this morning. It's from the I don't know, what is that thing called? I made an espresso. My husband bought me this coffee and it's like way too dark. It's like extra bold. And I'm telling you, you just need one cup of this in the mornings. It's made by, I think it's called Lily. I think it's called Lily or Lily or Lila, something like that. Anyway, you get it over at Randall's or you can order it on Amazon. It's very, very strong. It comes in this little can and it's got red, brown, or almost dark brown, like the dark that you can still read on there. That very dark brown is the darkest that they make, and it is bold as shit. We need one cup of coffee to get yourself going this morning. That's where I'm at right this minute. Let me see. What is this little thing? Oh, see that thing right there in the corner? What is that? Maybe it's something that... All right, still there. They're still not ready. Maybe get rid of it over there. I don't know. Anyway, well, we'll just ignore it. It's okay. So, yes, we're going to start with witness number 60 this morning. I don't know who it's going to be, but we will find out. Okay. I'm very excited about today's trial. I might have to... I'm trying to decide how I'm going to do this on Friday. On Friday, I'm going to go to my son's house. He lives over in College Station. It's about a 2.5 hour drive. And so I'm going to go over there. And I'm thinking I'm going to leave. I'm hoping the trial shuts down early on Friday. I hope they don't go all day so that I can go to my son's house because I really want to do that. I need him to help me work on the World's Wave thing. They've got to fix the avatar. Hang on. Okay. That's all right. I had to go turn something else on, get everything turned on, get ready this morning. My little babies are already in their little bed sleeping. They're like, oh, hell no, Mama. I know what you're doing this morning. I'm not interested. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. You've been obsessed with, Sprinkle Donna's been obsessed with iced coffee lately. It's so easy to make at home. Really? I can't drink it cold like that. I just don't like it. It's like it changes its purpose. To me, it's got to wake you up. It's got to be hot. Got to get you up, get you going, get your blood moving, or else I can't drink it. there. Here, all right, let's check and see. Make sure we're on the right track. We are. All right, they still have not gotten started yet, which is good. I will be able to hear when they kind of start because I hear this little thing in my earbud. It's like some kind of noise that starts in my earbud, and that's when I realize, oh, they're coming in. So, so weird, right? And notice we only have one. We're only doing horizontal today. We're not doing vertical, and it's because when I turn my stream on, I start a little bit late, but that's okay because I had to switch. I originally had this completely set up to go on World's Wave, but I went to sign in there this morning. I was like, oh my God, where's the avatar thing? I can't just go live this morning like that. I got to use my avatar. So crazy. Oh man, what else you got? Okay, what's she saying? Milk and vanilla syrup with powdered espresso. Really? So you're getting your sugar high first thing every morning, that vanilla syrup. Oh God. Oh, I can't say anything because I put honey in my coffee. So I make my little espresso and I put like a little half a teaspoon of honey in there to make for the sugar and just stir it up. It tastes so good. Honey's so good for you too. It is. Honey is like a natural antibiotic, I think. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, just a touch. Okay, now I get it. Just a touch. So it's not like pure syrup, right? I'm imagining this pure syrup, about milk and vanilla syrup with powdered espresso. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Well, let's see. I don't even know if it's going to pull up. Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can pull something up over here. Let me look at this right quick. Yeah, could not open the page. Well, that just sucks. Okay. Well, I'll have to start. Boy, oh boy. All right. Be back on YouTube and be ready to go. There we go. Okay, now. Yes. I can't wait. I just can't wait for the day to get started. I know another thing about this yesterday. I am upset about how they are trying to twist this around and make it Dr. Gelada and Dr. Tuff's faults. How is it their fault that the patient is seeing both people, not discussing with the other provider that they're seeing the other provider and that the other provider is also prescribing medications? And no, a doctor's not going to say, well, let me see if she's lying to me and I'm going to call over to CVS where I send her prescription and see every other prescription she's gotten in the past 2 years. That doesn't happen that way. They do need to check the statewide for the controlled substances, but that is completely different than your personal record of your drugs that you've picked up from CVS or Walgreens or whatever it is over the past 2 years or 1 year or even 3 months, whatever it is. That just doesn't work like that. I don't understand this. Do you know how much time a doctor would take if every single patient that they have that comes to see them in a week's time, that they had their staff go out to CVS pharmacy and pull their whole history to see what drugs they have been prescribed? That is ridiculous. I can't even believe that attorney thinks that a doctor would do that. If you cannot rely on what your patient is telling you, then you don't need to have that person as your patient. There's a certain level of trust that comes between a doctor and a patient. That doctor trusts that you're going to be honest with them to help so they can help you with whatever your problem is, period. The doctor does not expect you to come in there and lie to them about everything. Now, if you came in there one day and you were all screwed up and they could see that you were on something, they would start questioning you. But if you just walk in there and you're just a normal self, you're not on any type of drugs or alcohol, they're not going to think that they need to distrust what you're telling them. I mean, that's just the way it goes. It's like any other human that you deal with, right? Yeah, it goes both ways. You're exactly right, Sprinkle Donut. It goes both ways. You can't just, I don't understand it and I never will. Okay, it's 8:08. Let's go. All right. I have to let my son know something really quick. Pam. Calling Pam Fogel. Pam Fogel. Did you see the text message I sent you this morning? Because I noticed you were on that live stream that I could not make work right. So did you see my message that said, oh, hey, we might have to change streams? I hope so, because I sent you a text. I'm like, well, I'm not going to call her because she's probably on her phone this morning doing our live stream. So anyway, I hope that worked out. Yes, y'all do realize as a mod, if you have provided me your information so I can give you my phone number, which I think Leslie needs to do it. I think everybody else has it. You are welcome to call me or contact me anytime. I'll tell you, I prefer to use text messages because it's just part of my thing here. I don't like talking on the phone. But I love to text people because I can do it in silence. I don't have to be talking. I can just do it in silence and we can talk about whatever we want to. Yeah. Okay. Got it. All right. Good. There you go. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. Just want to make sure, I had seen that, but I didn't know if my message had went through. Yeah. 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 You do need to do that, Leslie, keeping it real. My mods, I need to be able to talk to my mods. Because you guys are very different than the other people that watch this channel. You guys are the people that I know I can count on. I trust you guys. I just you are the people that I really enjoy seeing the most. I mean, I love seeing everybody come into the channel. Don't get me wrong, but I like to see my mods because I know that's a special group of people. That's how I feel about it. I mean, like even when I mod for Justin, and he's the only one I mod for anymore. I used to mod for a bunch of people, but now I just do it for Clutch and Pearls. I don't do it for anybody else. So, and I know that he really does see us or his mods as his special people, and it's because I've been modding for him for a couple of years now. So, and I hope you guys all stick with me. I hope if I've ever done anything to make you upset with me, just let me know because it's never intentional. Never. I promise you that. Now Sprinkle Donut and I, she knows because we run a show together sometimes. She knows exactly everything that's going on with me every single day because she knows if I'm not talking, something's wrong. If I'm not texting, something is wrong. So whenever the live stream starts, I'm gonna get rid of my picture because y'all don't need to see me. We just need to be able to see all the evidence in the whole courtroom. So you won't see me after that, but I will still be here. I just want them to come on now. Let's get going. I don't want it to be like all of a sudden, we don't get to see when it first starts because the lag in the stream here. There is a little bit of a lag that happens. I don't know if y'all have ever noticed that or not. Because if you're watching it on your phone or versus your television versus your computer, it is a different timing that happens, and I don't know why. It just does. So, oh my gosh. And yesterday, you would not believe it. Y'all will not believe it. So yesterday, I'm looking out over at my lives over here on YouTube, and I'm going, okay, looking at my whole stream, from way back, from everything that's going on. And there was this thing, and it said something about, it wasn't a copyright strike, and it wasn't a dispute. It was just something about if you ever start earning money, basically, I mean, if you ever got monetized and you started earning money, any money that you received for these couple of live shows, there was like 3 minutes out of each one of these shows that somebody else would have gotten the money. I'm like, what the hell is this, right? They call it, I don't remember what they call it. And I was like, I gotta go see if I can get rid of that. I mean, it's every time you turn around with YouTube and it's something. It's something. I don't understand it. It's like how they make it so difficult. I had no idea how hard it was to work a damn YouTube channel when I first got into this. I did not realize how hard my friends were working and all the money they were spending. I literally thought we just got on there and we just hung out with our friends all day and then we just showed little parts of videos and stuff like that. I did not know what I was getting into. I would not change it for the world. I enjoy it every single day. So anyway, that's where we're at with that. Yeah. Come on, Court. Let's go. Everybody got your coffee, your snacks, your breakfast. I'm skipping breakfast this morning. I'm gonna wait till lunchtime before I eat today. I just don't feel like I need to. I haven't even taken my medicine to get going yet. But once they start talking, I'll get myself up and going. I just did not want to miss it. Hell no. And I wonder why it looks like that. I don't know if I can change that at this point. I don't think I'm even going to try. Let's see. We'll just leave it like that. There's another thing that keeps popping up on my damn computer, and I want it gone. It is some kind of something that is just, it's part of, y'all might see this on yours too. It's part of Microsoft. It's something about Defender, okay? And it's a subscription thing. And so it wants me to re-up the subscription, but I'm not going to because it's just an extra firewall protection. That's all it is. I already have one built in from something else that I have on this computer, but it keeps popping up because it wants me to subscribe to it. I'm not going to. It's like I can't get rid of it because it's built in as part of the Microsoft package, and I don't know how to just turn one portion of it off. It is driving me crazy. I don't. I need to take this computer in, get it looked at because my shift key is stuck. I mean, it's not working right. It's just issues. I want a new one. I thought I wanted a regular tabletop, get rid of my laptop. But then I thought to myself, how am I going to travel? How am I going to do things? How am I going to take it with me if it's like that, right? I think I need to buy just a better laptop because this one was a little bit inexpensive. I thought, well, I'm just going to use it for streaming. It's not going to need to be a whole big thing. Boy, was I not thinking straight. Well, I first started out with a little Mac, and I hated that thing. I will never have another MacBook ever. No. Everything you needed to download to make other things work took up so much of the memory in those MacBooks. It was just running out of memory so fast. That's why I had to get rid of it, get something different. I damn sure wasn't going to spend $3,000 for a laptop. No, that'll never happen. I am cheap. I am not going to do that. I mean, $3,000 for a laptop? No way. No. Yeah, I hate that damn thing. Chat GPT. You're getting rid of it? Oh, really? See, it's not the Chat GPT that's driving me crazy. It's this other thing from Microsoft Windows. It's the defense thing from Microsoft Windows. It's called Defender, I think is what it's called. And that's what that little red circle is right there. It's hanging out right there. And I cannot make it go away. I don't know what to do to make it go away. It's right there. Okay, what is that? Let's see. See those little. Oh, looky there, guys. Oh, yay. We are bigger. Yay. Love it. Love it. There we go. All right. It is now 8:16. They should be marching on in. No, Ashley. Oh, really? Okay, Sprinkle. I'll see how that's a good question. That's a good idea. I might do that. I might absolutely do that. See if I can get rid of it that way. Because I can't stand looking at it. I mean, the first day it happened, it was taking up the whole screen. I couldn't get past it. I had to let it run the little diagnostics that it wanted to run and then act like I was going to buy it. And before I could actually get to the part where I could delete it off the screen, it just kept being there and kept being there and kept being there. I was like, damn. Oh, they're getting ready. See it shaking? All right. Yay. Good morning. Good morning. Witness number 60.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody at sidebar, please.
I knew it. A sidebar. All right. There we go. Ready. Sidebar Stompy. It's too funny. His is objection. Yeah, that's a funny name for him, Stompy. I love it. Oh my God. How funny is that shit? Anyway. Well, we should know by now. Really, they don't start until 8:30 or 8:20 because they get in there about 8:15 or so. Then the judge gets on the bench, and then they call the sidebar first thing, and then they spend about 5 to 10 minutes talking about whatever it is they're going to talk about for the day. And then by the time they get started to let the first witness come in, what time is it? It's almost 8:30. That's how it's working over there. So anyway, good Lord. That's okay. Gives me time to maybe refill my coffee, maybe not. We'll see. No, I'm not. I don't think I need to. I'm kind of going now. Give me some water and medicine. I don't know why I have the giggles. I just do. Mm. You're not a fan? I'm not a fan of Stompy either. I just flat don't like him. Now there was a guy talking about him last night on YouTube. I listened to that for just a little bit, and he's talking about what a good job he's doing. That he's been a lawyer for 50 years, and all. I mean, I think it was like 50 years. And that in the 50 years, that this is going to be one of the most memorable trials he's done. Just all this information about Stompy, and I was like, oh, okay, all right. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people think he's winning. I don't think he's winning, but people do think he is winning over here on this trial. I think at this point she's just going to be found sane. There's just no way to prove that anything those doctors gave her caused her to do anything she did. I just don't see it. Is it because I'm pro law enforcement? Maybe. I don't know, but I'm just having a hard time thinking that anything those doctors gave her caused her to do this. To me, it's more like the pressure of having 3 children by herself was just too much for her. I'm still on the fence about how did she go out the window. There's no way she dove out the window like Superman. There's just no way, and it doesn't make any sense at all. I see it more like she was going to go out the window, panicked, grabbed the window, and couldn't hold on, because that's the only way that blood could be running down those shingles in the pattern they were running down the shingles that they took the pictures of and tested. But did you notice they took the pictures and tested those shingles months down the road? Because at first they believed maybe she did dive out the window until they got to talking to some expert. That's what changed that. Let's see. She did too many indicating she wasn't in a psychosis. See, I agree with you, Springfield. Not that we're doctors or anything, but it seemed to me like if you're in a psychosis, you don't even, how would you know to go take a handful of pills so that it's not as bad when you fall, right? Why would you go take a bunch of benzos if you're in a psychosis? I don't understand that. But I could be totally wrong. I don't really know. But to me, it just doesn't make sense like that. It's like, to me, it's kind of like Lori Vallow and her bullshit. She believed, or she wanted to believe, due to her grandiosity, that she was some kind of super, I don't know what she thought she was, and just it was okay to take the children's lives because they were going to be in a better place anyway. Right, okay. To me, it's like almost the same thing, except under a different circumstance. Go to God, baby, go to God. What the hell? What? Your baby is looking at, this is gruesome. I'm sorry. I know it is. Your baby is looking right at you, all right? And you've got an exercise band around their neck. They're fighting you, or they're trying to, and you're pulling that exercise band tight. They're struggling. You're choking the life out of them, and you're looking them in the face saying, "Go to God, baby. Go to God, baby." What in the goddamn hell is that? How can a mother do that? I mean, that is more cruel than what. It's right up on the same level as how JJ and Tylee were taken out. To me, they're exactly the same. It's the same level of mental cruelty. I mean, physical, mental, emotional. It's all the same level of just unbelievably cruel to your own children. Do I think Lori Vallow was in that room when JJ was taped up? 100%, I do believe she was. She knows what happened. Do I believe that Lori Vallow knows what happened to Tylee? Yeah, 100%. I believe she knows what happened to Tylee. And I believe 100% that she allowed Tylee's body to be abused after the fact because of the bullshit that she had been told by Chad about, oh, well, listen, the demon will go into another body if we don't if we don't get this body taken apart so that the demon is taken apart, it will just go into another body. That is exactly what I think she listened to and allowed this to happen by. It is just horrible. Absolutely horrible. Okay, let's see. Come on, baby. Let's go to court. Let's go to court. I mean, are they planning their lunch already? Who knows? I thought about that. You think they're bringing the lunch in every day for these people in the court, in the jurors? I think they do, because I don't think they're allowing these jurors to just go out into the world and buy whatever they want for lunch, because it would be so easy for them to talk to each other or somebody else about the case. Yeah, right. That's right. Struggling. Just strangling the life out of those kids. It's just horrible. Absolutely horrible. I don't know how anybody could do it. Really, I don't know how anybody could strangle somebody, period. Number one, I wouldn't have the arm strength. There's no way I could do it. None. Even with something in my hands, I would not be able to pull it tight enough, I have a really bad wrist. Oh my. Come on, guys. We're ready. Okay, it's moving. It looks like they're fixing to come back. Yay. Okay, court's in session. Oh, it's the first day of school today.
At this point.
Good morning, Stompy. Listen for hot mic moments. Let me turn this up, make sure we got it turned up all.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
You want to know what you're going to look like when you're old? Look at your parents. Like before you marry somebody, look at their parents and make sure you can live with that, because that's what they're going to look like when they're old. Okay, thank you, Leslie.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, Lieutenant for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right. So we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regard to schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Daniel Lawler to the stand.
Morning, sir. Once I start right there, raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to this court and the jury and not top on the flash. I'll just take the whole sheet and nothing but the sheets to help you. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Going on.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler.
And where are you employed?
With the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And that was, the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time, another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay. And were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those 2 units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve the defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay. All right.
As far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. Showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at Social Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 224.
Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle
Yes.
and
Okay.
has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 225.
All right, thank you.
Doesn't it seem odd that we're going back to a police officer? I mean, we talked to police officers way back, witnesses ago. Why? It seems like they're out of order. I wonder why. I wonder what he's going to bring us. Anyway, let's keep watching. Sorry, guys.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property.
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the state police detectives unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the state police detective unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
Me.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. You can take a look at them. Do they look familiar to you?
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle.
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No.
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
It could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well.
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like an open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room, or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, or somebody else?
It was not an attorney. It wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door?
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
You assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child, correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say,
Yeah. In your experience?
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. And if there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You didn't see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units, and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yeah. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located, and then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement, or the finished basement, that there was an area that was an office, appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were 2 of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop.
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belonged to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
From the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
If you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror, and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date. I was
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
she was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order. And that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So, I mean, it's just, you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
Oh boy, already. Okay. Trying to pull up my feed on Kick so I can, because I don't have a vertical today, we only have horizontal. I'm afraid I'm not seeing our people on Kick, which is kind of irritating because, you know, if they've taken their time to sign into our stream, they want to talk to us too. So let me see if I can get this to work out right. Okay, I need to go to Gmail, I guess. Anyway, what do y'all think so far? Right? What do y'all think so far this morning? It sounds like Stompy is going to be agitated again today. Anyway, let's get over here and see if I can find my Gmail to sign into Kick. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, I don't know, man. Oh, there you go. That might help. I don't know where you get that from, but let's see. It doesn't like that. Wonder what they have in the sidebar about. They're going to argue a little bit about what doctors. Of course, of course they're going to have a court order. She's under arrest. She's under suspicion of taking the lives of her own children. What would you expect them to do? Craziness. All right, there it is. Go to dashboard. All right. I think I might be in. It's okay. I don't need to be worried about that right now. Stream. Okay. All right. I think I see us here. Great. Okay. Yeah, there we go. It's just hard to do on a phone. I wish I had my dang, that's okay. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, I can see the stream on Kick on my phone, so we are ready to go. If you are in Kick, just let me know because it's like this weird screen looking thing. I don't know how to make it bigger, but that's okay. We're fine with it. We are fine. What does this button do? Not sure. Lighting, chat. Okay. Ooh, that's little. Okay. Anyway, we're ready. You think the judge is admonishing the Stompy for being so ugly this morning, or do you think they're just gonna? Or do you think maybe the judge is like, listen, it's kind of like y'all are going out of order. What the hell's going on here? I don't understand why we're going all the way back to the beginning now about this doctor who saw her in the emergency room. It's like that should have came out a week ago when the trial first started. It should have been the first person's because she was still in the hospital. We just moved all over the place with this, unless they're considering it. Well, I don't know. Let me think about that for a second. No, maybe it is in the right order. Hang on a minute. Because she was at home, she's at home, she's at home. The incident happens. Yeah, I guess it's in the right order. Okay, never mind. It's just me. Okay, it's just me. Just having a blonde moment. That's all it is. Just a blonde moment. Oh my God. All right, come on now. Yep, they're still having their sidebar. I wish we could be the fly on the wall and listen to the sidebar arguments. I really do. But I tell you what, once this trial is over and she has been found sane and she ends up in prison, because I'm afraid that's what's going to happen here, and an appeal is filed, we will be able to read all of it in her appeal. It is all discussed in the appeal. That's why I like to read the appeals, because you find out a lot of information that you don't really see in the trials in the appeal. So it's very, very interesting. Oh, what's this? How do you fix? Oh, wait a minute. That might be the problem right there. I wouldn't fix that. Strange. Oh, there's something weird there. How about that? Over here on Kick, I just noticed, I've never noticed this before, but there's something about where you can choose to let either just subscribers or anybody talk, and for some reason it's stuck, I believe it's stuck on subscribers only, which I don't want. I want it to be open to the public. So let me see if I can fix that right quick. I don't know. I would love to. I would love to, yeah. I wonder, let's see, what's Leslie saying? I wonder how many women are on that jury. Ooh, I'd like to know that too. Because I hope it's an equal amount of men and women, because I can see where women would be a little more sensitive to Lindsay versus a man. Because again, women think with their heart, men think with their head. That's how we balance each other out. That's the way I understand life. I could be wrong. I don't know, but that's the way I understand it. So anyway, oh, did it just throw me out of the kids? Let me see what's going on here. Weird. Yeah. Your channel. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh yeah, that's better. Now I can see it. Okay, great, great. All right, that's much better. Let me do what the settings say. Hmm. Okay, well, I'm sorry, but it says, for some reason on Kick, guys, if you're out there on Kick, I don't know why it says subscribers only, because I really wanted anybody to be able to chat. We will have to make that change after this live is over. I'm so sorry, guys. I did not know that was on. Sidebar, sidebar. Oh my goodness. Come on, people. We're ready for trial today. We don't want to sit here like this. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, still in sidebar. Wonder what they're arguing over. They're arguing. They are. Okay, that's today right there in green. I guess. That was yesterday's live. Where's today's live? Oh my goodness. Let's see. That's very interesting. Kick is, I don't know why I started using Kick, but I started using Kick as well to see about, you know, just an extra avenue, because not everybody likes YouTube. But it's so weird how Kick works. I don't really understand. I really don't know how to work Kick, itself. Um, because like when you go to like creator dashboard, it shows a bunch of things and it shows streams, but it's showing me yesterday's stream. Well, now that looks like today's stream, but it's like in some kind of weird different form where I can't separate. Um, it's so strange. Maybe see if I can get rid of that line of stuff right there. Chat. Let's just go to chat. Session info. Healthy. All right. Oh boy, I don't know. Anyway, come on, y'all. We're ready for trial. We want to hear some more trial. I don't know what they're arguing about. I wished I did. It makes no sense at all what there is to argue about, and why is court in recess when it just freaking started. This is not right. This trial is going to take forever at the rate they're going. It's like they can't even talk. They just can't talk. Let's see. Yes. Thank you so much, Pam. Let's see, Leslie. Welcome back. Yes, welcome back, Pam. So good to see you. What are we doing now? They're in a sidebar again, of course. Let me catch up with chat right quick. Yeah, and then yes, thank you. All right, here we go. Back in the sidebar. I don't know why. It's all the damn time. Let's see, there it is. Wow, it's just circling. How about that? Let's go. I wonder what this is. Global. Okay, let's see. Exactly what I said. Exactly what I said, Lorraine. Thank you. I mean, it's crazy. We can't even get into court. We can't get anything done. I don't. And you know, the thing is, I don't want to spend the next 5 months on one thing. I've got a lot of things I want to talk about over here, so it's making it difficult for me. But I love watching the trials. It's absolutely fun. You know, what is this? But whoops. Okay, well maybe we'll just do it that way. All right, here we go. I know one thing. Do y'all see that right there? Oh, look, that's off of Kick. Okay, it is kind of working together. Yay. I wasn't sure. Okay, great. Great. Love it. All right. I wasn't sure if this was working together or not working together. So this is good. All right. Okay. Looks like it's dancing to the music, that little thing right there. I don't know what that little thing is, but all right. Okay, there we go. Okay, there. Done. All right. I wonder, I mean, what could they possibly be arguing about first thing this morning? What the police did, why they had to get a court order. I mean, we know why they had to get a court order. She's under arrest. She's under suspicion. Yeah. I'm going to have to go at 9:30. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you for coming in today. We always appreciate seeing you. It's all right. You know, I always say, come when you can, stay as long as you can, come back on replay, whatever you need to do. It's fine with me. It is absolutely fine. Everybody has a life to live. We all have things we have to do. And not everybody can sit here all day and enjoy the trial with me. I mean, I know. I don't even know if I can do this every single day because actually, I just don't know what I'm going to do about Friday. Friday, we might not have trial. You might have to watch it someplace else on Friday because I do need to travel. I just don't know what time I'm going to leave yet. That's kind of going to be the problem right there. And I really wished I would have made sure that the vertical would show up too, because I know some people watch this on mobile and I think it makes a difference. I don't really know. I just don't know enough about this really to know how I don't understand the purpose of having the vertical and the horizontal feed on StreamYard or YouTube. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know why we need both. So it's already 9:11 a.m. in Texas. So yeah. It looks like Leslie's not going to get to watch much today because they're going to be in sidebar the whole morning. Damn it. Yeah, still nothing. Let's see. Yeah, they're still. I wonder if Stompy's getting a lecture from the judge about he better calm himself down before he ends up in contempt in court. Oh, God. He just seems so angry all the time. Jesus. Come on, Stompy. Don't you be that angry. I'm getting my medicine. I guess I'll start taking that while we wait. Do that. These sidebars are so long. I could go clean a bathroom in this house while we wait. It's ridiculous. I'm not going to do that, but I could. I was really hoping this house would sell because I wanted a smaller house. I really do. But you know, times are so bad out there in real estate right now. The interest rates are not going down, and people are still buying homes, but they're buying less expensive homes because the damn interest rate is so high. People cannot afford the payments. They're not getting those dream houses anymore. You know, they're just buying a house that will fit their family. Oh, they're coming back. Yeah, here we go. All right.
Members of the jury, like I said, I think a couple of weeks ago. Sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Oh my God.
All right. Good. No folks on chairs. This way, please.
Jesus Christ. Wonder what it could be this morning. Okay.
All right. So, counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it just so the record's clear. The jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yeah.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down perhaps as an investigator or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
Oh.
And they basically had
Wow.
a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't. Okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers. Is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yep.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily?
What is that? What's going on with our feed? Come on now. Okay, y'all, they're having audio issues here. I don't like this. Okay, it's not me, it is the court. That's why the speed has stopped like this. They're having an audio issue. Okay, thank you, Leslie. Thank you so much. All right, let me see why it stopped. There's nothing I can do. See how it's kind of weird looking? They're having a problem with their live feed. Okay. Damn it. Shit. Okay, I don't know why they're having an issue, but they are having an issue, family. I'm so sorry. It is not me. It is the feed in the courtroom. It is there. I don't know if they even know it's stuck like that.
Trick.
Okay, you already said that. I know. And
Okay. All right, there. Come on, what in the hell is wrong with their feed? Let's go. Jesus. They not want us to hear this? Is that what's going on here? They're trying to stop us from knowing that there was something wrong here, something wrong happened here. Okay. All right. We have to let the feed come back. There's really nothing I can do about it. It is just stuck on their end. But you heard what this was, right?
The voices.
Yeah. So apparently, some doctor allowed Lindsay to use the phone that he had on him to call Patrick, because she had not been allowed to talk to Patrick on the phone. And on that phone call, she was told to tell everybody she heard voices. This is what they're going to say here. Boy, oh boy, that changes everything, doesn't it?
McKellar.
Come on, man. Shit, this pisses me off. Okay, let me see if we can. I don't know if it's going to change anything, but let me see if we can do this something else here. Hang on a second. We're going to switch the feed right quick. Hang on a minute, guys. Hang on. Let's switch. Let's switch. Yeah, it's not making a difference. Damn it. Hang on a minute. I think I know the problem. All right, hang on. All right, we're going to get rid of that. What the hell is going on here? All right, let's go back over to this other feed.
Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the
Now,
call
sorry guys,
occurred,
there you go.
Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, please.
so basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. Pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Again?
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
Good. All right.
Jesus Christ, we're never going to get through this. But that's interesting. Okay, guys, we can talk about it for just a minute. Do y'all want, let me take it back and we're going to re-listen because remember the feed had stopped and I had to go switch out because we went from the AP feed to the WJAR feed. So let's go back and re-listen to what we missed over here.
Not necessarily.
Okay, here we go. This is where they started back on this voir dire here. Okay. We're going to listen to this while we wait. So you can catch up. This is actually the voir dire that they just had that we missed part of it because the feed was stopped. All right. I guess he's going to have to think about whether he's going to let them use this testimony or not, which is why they're doing the recess. I wonder if she has one of the most expensive wheelchairs. I wonder if she's like Gypsy Rose Blanchard, had all these expensive wheelchairs.
All right, so counsel, what we're gonna do is we'll have it, just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall it.
That is very damning.
You remember where
Very
the
damning.
conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically where.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably he's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been with him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote? So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
At some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McGilligan.
And what did McGilligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McKelligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts are communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McGilligan, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zizell, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay. About when
The voices.
The voices.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having
That's
that.
Wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McGilligan?
McKelligan.
McGilligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Attorney Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawler, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today and testify about your memory of that particular night, is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McGilligan guiding your testimony?
No.
Changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McGilligan,
No.
Sergeant McGilligan? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zizell giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
They need to call Patrick back to the stand. Call him back to the stand.
Yeah, please. So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it might be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan. I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a
right.
10-minute break. At this
Let's go
point.
catch back up.
And we'll come back out and we will.
Okay, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? That is bombshell information right there. Patrick needs to be recalled to the stand. Do we need to impeach somebody's testimony with that information? Because something is not exactly right here. Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting something from Florida today about okay, now, here we go. Never mind. I thought it was going to be about one of our death row inmates, but it's not. All right. Something is so terribly damning right there with that information. And why would Patrick tell somebody that? I mean, because remember, Patrick said he supported his wife. Let's go back to Patrick's testimony. All right. Back over there on day one, which I know has been days ago, and we've heard a lot of testimony since then. But back on day one, we heard Patrick's testimony, and he talked about, oh, he was going to support his wife, and that she had just gotten sick, and you know that, and that he also filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the doctors in the hospitals. Now, are we going to hear? Hang on. I'm going to pick up this big old fat dog. Jack wants to be up in my lap again. I'm telling you, got to get a big chair this weekend. Are we going to hear that absolutely this whole defense is made up, and that the reason why he walked away from his wife is because he understood that she was told to say she heard voices that she did not really hear? Is that why she had to change her medical proxy right then? Is that when he decided to walk away? Is he realized she had actually been lying to him about all of this? Is that what happened here? Because something don't make no sense at all, does it? Remember, I had questioned from day one, why in the world did she have to change her medical proxy on the first day that she had had access to a phone, right? Which was on February the 6th. That is when she called her husband, right? It was February the 6th that she called, and that is the same day she changed her medical proxy. So apparently, there's some backstory happening over here as to why Patrick walked away so quickly. Because at first he was going to support his wife. Mr. Sparky Barky had to start barking. Somebody's walking down the road. Okay, here we go. Woo-hoo.
Can I see the sidebar?
Again? Oh my God. I see it looks like he has a motion or something in his hand. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Telling you. We're going to find out some bombshell information today. Damn. You know the sidebar is Stompy's fault. Hell yes, it is. He's sprinkled. He does not want that information told to the jury. Hell no, because it makes her look like she is a lying piece of shit. Well then, listen, if that is what exactly happened, the only way to prove that she's not lying is to bring Patrick back and ask him about that, because they're discussing that Patrick is the one who's talked about this when they started doing the investigation. So that is the only way to change this information. As far as I see, you know, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a doctor, I'm just a mom with a YouTube channel who likes to talk. So there you go. My only experience with any of this is working in the district attorney's office, but I've always been interested in the psychology of people and how they can do the things they do to other people. Let's go, Stompy. All right, we're ready. Boy, oh boy.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
I gotta shut the door. Shh, shh. No. Shh, come. Mm-mm. Come. Come. It's me. Be a good girl.
This court's now.
All right.
Please be seated.
Be a good boy.
Versus Lindsay, Clancy, all parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still getting a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination.
She sure is. All right, he's still on the stand.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan. Yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember where her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2, though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly, though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shifts, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, Is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation, what evidence you find.
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McGilligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zizov was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony,
Good Lord.
unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospital. That's it, right?
Objection.
All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you.
Damn.
Thank you.
All right. We're stepping to number 61. What a complete waste of our time. If you're not going to use that as the theory, what was the point in bringing that out?
The Commonwealth would call Letitia Dukes as its next witness.
Ooh, okay. We know who Letitia Dukes is. She worked at the women's, and I think she was a counselor, I believe. All right. It's going to be witness 61.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
How do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for a patient?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support number that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve things like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or their concerns for their safety for some reason.
Okay. And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the presence of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient.
Yes.
And if I mention December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December. So that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health.
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker, I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I prefer not deleting. I have no problem if she reads from the record.
All right. If you could just, objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
I do not. Do they have a copy?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do.
Do you have a blank copy?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. Just has a date.
I can approach page by page. It's fine.
Sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the record, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you. Sure.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay, so did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page. Page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was cheerful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also in this assessment assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I gotta say it. You know, I gotta say it as soon as it comes to my mind. Addiction to Ativan, because again, she's getting prescriptions from two different doctors, but these doctors don't realize this is happening, I guess, because each one of these doctors, the other one, Dr. Tuff said, I didn't give her enough. She didn't have that many. So how's she concerned about addiction? Because now we know. Now we know. I'm sorry. Here we go, guys. Thank you so much.
what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
Good Lord.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
And identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct? And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
And after this initial intake, well, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion diagnosis?
Yes.
Based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th was in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SF plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan. Kind of like the same that she gave to crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam
Yes.
on that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the notes.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to get this straight fixed. I might fix it during the damn. They take their break. I think I'm going to do this. Okay.
Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping, so we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization,
You don't want that?
Did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second. Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than in any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Let me just look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing. Hold on. So yes, she reported like continued suicidal ideation at
Okay.
the time.
Here, puppy.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
You're a piggy poo.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have ASI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right? And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements?
Again with a damn sleep. It's okay, puppy. It's okay. No, it's okay. Check through my lamp. No, it's okay. I'm gonna type a little.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13 at the top of the page where it says risk assessment,
You watching TV with me?
there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances.
Oh, can you make it
that?
deal?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
I'm looking at it. I don't know what else on that page.
There you go.
The one I gave.
There you go.
It's December 19th. That's the last page of the note. Yeah. There should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep is improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure.
Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police, Section 12 or safety?
Hold on. Go ahead. Ask that and we'll...
My question was, in any of the times that you engage with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you?
Yes.
What?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully be a little bit shorter than normal, but we can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple minutes. Okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks.
All right, guys. What do y'all think so far?
Because they're a little out of order.
I'm going to leave that right there while we talk about it, while they take their delayed break. I'm giving my dogs their medicine, and then I'm going to try to switch this over because I need to add that. I didn't realize what that vertical was doing, but now I do because I've noticed the number. Like, it's like this thing that shows up over. I don't know how to describe it, but it's just part of the StreamYard thing. I'm going to see if I can't fix that. I don't want it to destroy our whole stream. I don't want to have to start over. So just a second, guys. I think I could add it just verbal, like just add a vertical and not be straight. Maybe it's dog's medicine. Hang on. Yeah, I know. I have to put medicine in peanut butter as we speak back. All right. Just a sec, guys. Hang on. To me, it's like she just plays games this whole time. It's like one doctor doesn't know what the other doctor's doing because she's not letting them know what she's doing, and that just creates complete havoc when you're dealing with mental health help, right? It's not like you're just dealing with a cold or something like that. So anyway, all right, let me see what we can do about fixing this stream over here. Okay. Oh boy, great testimony this morning. Great testimony. I think I can add something. I'm going to add another something. Let's see. Let's see if we can do it this way. Hang on just a second, guys. Whoops. And there's that little thing trying to pop back up in the way. No, I don't want that. That can go away. Right there can go away. All right. Let's see. Continue. Let's see. You're signing back in. Yes, I am. All right. Hang on a second. I think we can make this work right. See right there, it says landscape or vertical. I want to add that. Oh boy. Nope, it's not going to let me do it that way, is it? Okay, well, all right. We might have to, let's see if we can do it this way. You're here, edit. Let's see if we can edit. Hang on, guys. Don't go away. If you don't see me, it's because I'm just trying to change this to show both, and it's not letting me do this. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. No, I would have to restart the whole stream, so I'll wait till lunchtime. At lunchtime, we'll restart the whole stream when we go out for lunch, so I can add the vertical back into it, so the numbers can be right. Anyway, thank you so much. Yes, this is quite the situation today with this. I do like this witness. I think this witness is. She tried to help Lindsay just like everybody else tried to help Lindsay, but Lindsay made it almost impossible for these people to help her. You know, it just seems that way. Wash my hand. I know. Get the peanut butter off my hand. Y'all get your drink. Okay, here we go. This little pair of dogs is like having a set of twins, I'm telling you. They require so much damn attention. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, between skin allergies and everything else. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. With playing games, she's not insane. I don't think she's insane either. I think she just wanted children, but didn't want the responsibility of taking care of them by herself. I mean, yes, your husband may work from home, but that does not mean he has time to come up there and be the babysitter too, or to take care of the kids too. I can see him helping you, but you know, somebody's got to bring the income in. It's expensive to raise children, especially in the area they live in. It was very high priced living over there in Duxbury, Massachusetts. You know, housing is very expensive over there. Put this, hang on, put these in the thing. Okay, I'm back. I had to go take the spoons from giving the dogs their medicine, put them back in the sink, get myself together over here. Y'all get your popcorn, your drinks, and all that because it's gonna be a long 2 hours before they go to lunch about 1 o'clock, which is gonna be 12 o'clock my time. It is actually 10:35 in Texas, so there you go. Now I don't know. I don't know what to think about that bombshell testimony. I don't know what to think about that. Do you actually believe that the doctor who allowed her to use the cell phone and her had the discussion about saying that she heard voices? Because that is the first thing that remember, Patrick said, she told me that she heard voices telling her to do this. She did not ask about the kids. That's all she talked about when she called him the very first time when she got her hands on a phone. Yeah. Lindsay is a diabolical. Yes, ma'am, she is diabolical. Thank you very much. She sure is. Don't think she is insane either. She knew exactly what she was doing. Yes, I think she did know exactly. But you know what? I can't understand why. Because, you know, that's the thing I always want to know is why? Why would you do something like this? What were you hoping to gain? If you didn't want to go to jail, what made you think you're going to be able to get out, you know, to get away with this? It makes no sense. That is the most extreme reach out for attention that you could possibly do. I don't get it. I never will. I mean, maybe there's some things we're not meant to understand. I don't know, but yeah, it is extremely bad, extremely, and I just don't understand Patrick. I don't. Anybody else? Okay, does anybody else have y'all thought about what I was talking about earlier? Is the fact that he was going to support her. He was going to support her. And then all of a sudden on February the 6th, he's not supporting her. This incident happened on January the 24th. So we're talking about, let's see, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 3, 4, 5. We're talking about 15 days. I'm sorry, 13 days later. 13 days later, he's not supporting her. She's changing her medical proxy to her parents. Was he already walking away that day? What happened to make him all of a sudden flip like that? Something is very disturbing. Something is weird. Something they're not telling us is going on. And I wonder if it has something to do with that phone call right there. You know, was the doctor on the phone at the same time that she was on the phone, and were they discussing the theory they were going with? And was Patrick just, you know, blindsided with the fact that all of a sudden we're going to say we heard voices when we had not heard voices or had hallucinations before? She never told him before that she was having hallucinations or hearing voices, did she? I don't believe she did. I don't remember Patrick ever testifying to that before. So I really wish they would bring Patrick back and ask him some follow-up questions about that particular conversation. I think that'd be good to know. I think it would. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. Let's see. Let me see what else is going on over here. Anything else going on over here on YouTube? Let's see. I'm gonna take a look while we wait. Mom trial. Let's see. Listen to this. Could the Clancy marriage have been a motive? Could the Clancy marriage have been a motive? See, people are starting to wonder what was going on between those two. Let's see. reality. I'm reading the headlines. I'm reading what other people put on their live stream. Let's see. Let's see. I don't really see anything else this morning other than the live stream about, Lindsay Clancy trial 12, day 11, day 12, day 12. Let's see. Yeah, most people are just saying Lindsay Clancy, day 12. They're not putting an actual, any kind of a mode or a discussion. But could the Clancy marriage have been the motive? That's from Brian Enton. That's what he is saying. And see, I like Brian Enton, and I'm thinking that he might be onto something because remember, we discussed that, We discussed that. So I don't know. All right. Well, maybe they'll come back soon. Maybe so. We'll see. Oh, my goodness. Let's see what do we see what the temperature is today over here? It seems like it's extremely hot. Today is officially the first day of school in our school district. I saw the little buses going by, which makes our whole neighborhood like, okay, so I want to explain how this looks. Our elementary school is literally on the same, if you go up the hill and around the curve, or it's actually down the hill because you got to go out and then down the hill and around the curve, there's the elementary school. So, in the mornings, if you're trying to leave this little strip of this little part of the neighborhood, it is backed up by cars because of the elementary school. Because even though there's two ways to go in and out of this neighborhood, they're both gated, right? So there's gates on both sides. But the elementary school is right there. So either way you go out the gate, you've got cars lined up on either side as people are dropping these kids off at this elementary school. It drives my husband crazy, But I mean, look, our child went there. We were part of it. We were part of blocking the traffic. It's okay. It really is. We'd put this house on the market to try to sell it, and I wished it would have sold, but right now it's just not going to. As soon as our listing expires, we're taking it off the market. I guess we'll just stay here for a while. Things have got to change. The average American family cannot afford to buy a home. They just can't because the interest rates are so high that the payment, if you're making, if your interest rate is 6%, and you bought a $300,000 home, which is an average price of a home, and you put your 3% down through FHA, which is the cheapest way to buy a home, all of your payment is going to principal is going to interest first and principal second. You're not actually getting, it is cheaper to pay rent than it is to buy a home right now. And that is sad because every American dream is to own your home someday or to be buying your home someday. But as the world turns right now, people cannot afford to do so. This is a sad situation that our children are growing up in. It really is. Because we think of the world as, let me go ahead and switch it off of this. We'll go over here. Whoops. We think of the world as, our children should do better than we did. Exactly. That's what we grew up with. Oh, well, your children will do better than you did. But there's no possible way for our children to do better than we did at this point because of the problem with interest rates and the cost of living. Something needs to change. And it doesn't, yes, okay, both of my children are educated. Yes, they are. But still, it is entirely, they're outpriced of everything. As it is now, my child, like my second child, he's going to be a doctor. He wants to be an anesthesiologist. Well, he's only a sophomore in pre-med right now. He's got a ways to go. By then, is the interest rate going to be 20% to buy a house? When is this going to turn around? We are spending all week. We are doing everything we can to make sure that he has no school debt. We're trying to just pay for it ourselves. And, because we don't want him to have school debt. The only thing I told him was, if I spend everything we have saved to make sure you get through school, the only thing I ask of you is to put a granny shack in your backyard so I have a place to live. We always laugh about that, but the sad truth is that might be a real possibility because, again, families are outpriced. They cannot do better. The world is just in a bad shape. But the one thing I have not noticed is the slowdown. Like everywhere around us, people are still building. There are new businesses opening every day. They are still building new homes. They're still building apartments. They're still building everything. But who is buying this? Because it is just ridiculous. Ridiculous what's happened here. It is. I don't know I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope something breaks soon. But if you track the U.S. Treasury and things like that, which the only reason why I know about it is because my husband is a banker and he has to keep up with all of these kinds of things because he's in the commercial side that makes the big loans for the big buildings and that kind of stuff. But when it costs the bank 3% to get the money, just like in it, and they turn around and charge you 5% or however it goes. I mean, they're making money off of the money, but they have to get the money from somewhere too. It is just crazy how it all works, and it's ridiculous how it's ridiculous how we ended up in the position that we're in right now. I'm gonna quit talking about politics and money because it just makes me so angry when I think about the fact of, just what was it? 10 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, I think maybe 6 years ago, all of a sudden interest rates dropped to 3.25. You could get a mortgage for 3.25. And look at it now. It's double that. Double that. It makes me so angry. I'm telling you guys, it makes me so angry. It just does. Anyway, let's go back over here and see. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Make sure they haven't started on us. Yeah, look at it. Are they still on break? Let me check it out. Yep, they're still on break. All right, we'll just talk about something else before I get all angry. I get sidetracked. Sprinkle Donut and I when Sprinkle Donut and I are together and we're doing a live show and we get sidetracked, oh my God, it becomes a whole different show. We don't mean to do that, but it's just kind of like we think alike a lot. And so when we get on our tangent, we just can't get off of it. So I'm glad she's not on here with me right now because the tangent would be going wild. We'd be over there talking about, I don't know, anything and everything. Anything and everything. Anyway, dig that back in there. Let me check. What is the temperature? It seems like I'm sitting in front of a window. It seems like it's getting really hot over here. Let me check. Because this room is usually always cold. That's why I don't like this room. But anyway, our high is going to be 97 today. Oh, but listen to this. We're going to have wind gusts up to 18 miles an hour. That will help it not to be so hot, I guess. Excellent. Excellent. This trial has to be over by September the 1st. It just does. We have a big trip planned. We're going to go to Fort Davis and Marfa. Now, if you know anything about Texas and you've ever heard of the Marfa Lights, this is a very weird part of Texas. It is so dark out there, and there's some mysterious lights out there, and they just call it the Marfa Lights. They've not ever figured out why these lights are dancing out there all the time. It's not car lights. It's not people. They don't understand. Nobody seems to know why these lights are there. But anyway, we're going to go there on September the 9th for my birthday. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I've wanted to go there for a long time. I'm going to take my metal detector and see if anybody's dropped any goodies over there in that area where they go out there late at night. Like there's a spot out there by this observatory at night, and you pay money to sit there and you get to watch the stars because it's completely dark out there. There are no lights at all, and it's kind of like in the middle of a desert in Texas. It's not really a desert. It's the flatlands, I guess you would say. But it's not really flat either because there are some hills. I don't know. It's just over there over kind of like going toward El Paso. It's in that side of Texas. But anyway, excited about that. The trial has to be over by then. It just has to be. I can't be live streaming and being on a vacation at the same time. My husband would die. He'd be like, "Nuh-uh, we're going on vacation. What are you doing?" I wouldn't do that to him anyway. I would not. Here we go. Let me see. All right, they're still out. But go get your popcorn and your drinks, get your Cokes, get your sodas, get everything you're going to need for the next couple of hours because it's going to be a long. Oh, they're fixing to come back. I just saw it flat. Hang on. I think they're going to come back. Hang on a second. Let's see. Oh, no, I guess that was me. That was me. I bumped it. Oh, Jack's got to bark a little bit this morning. He's so crazy. I'm telling you, that dog is crazy. Let me get a Coke. Hang on. Shh. That's cold. I guess I need to fill up their little swimming pool. So these dogs have a little baby pool, and it's on my back porch. So I need to fill it back up so they can get in it today. So they don't be too hot. I do anything I can to keep them cooled down. I mean, the thing is, they just can't regulate their own temperature like that, which I know is weird. Like they're dogs. They're dogs. Yeah, but they're strange. I love them. I do. I love my baby dogs. But let me tell you something. I think it's one of the worst mistakes I ever made. I should have just went back and got another Chihuahua. The Chihuahuas are so much easier to take care of, so much cheaper, so much easier. Easier to tote around. I know. There they go. I got to go play now. Oops. Okay, come on. Let's go to court, people. God, this is a long break they're taking, it seems like. Let's go over here and see if we can. Hang on a second. I'm going to split the screen and we're going to go pull up Kick for a second. I don't like how I can't turn the sound off for Kick. I can't do Kick and I can't live stream both of them on the screen at the same time because it's like there's some problem with the noise. I don't know what it is, but here we go. Let's see. Home. Let's see what happens. Let's see if my screen pops up over here. I wish this jived together better. Yeah, I'm going to go do some laundry since they have. Yeah, there you go. Do some laundry. Thank you. They are dragging their feet. Take your time. A lot of times when I'm watching something on YouTube, I just leave my earbud in and I just listen while I do whatever I'm doing. Because sometimes when they're talking, like in a trial, we don't really talk much anyway, so it's okay. Enjoy that laundry, girlfriend. Come do mine when you're done. Of course, it's a long way from Oregon to Texas. I know it is. Here we go. Let's see. Come on, browse. Let's go home. Who all is live? Let's see. Look at all these people. Lots of people live on Kick today. Let's see. Categories, clips, view. All right, there we go. Oh, no, look how loud that is. What if I can try? Okay, I don't know how to turn that down. Yeah. Yeah, I can't watch them. I can't leave them both on. I think it's going to cause like a. You hear that? You can hear that too, right? It's like a double. You can hear double. All right. Well, there you go. I turned it off because there's no way we can do that. Yeah. My daughter has a swimming pool for the raccoons. She has so cute, Pam. That is so cute. I'll tell you a little funny story about when I was a child. Now, when I was a child, I was extremely small. I mean, small. In today's world, you would think that I was malnourished or whatever because I was really, really tiny. But we had a pet raccoon. And there was this thing in our bathroom in the older homes. This was back in 1965, 66, 67. We lived in Pasadena, Texas. And we had, my mom and dad bought this little house because he was in the service. Anyway, everybody on that street kind of had been in the service together. Well, in the bathrooms, it had the tile that went 3/4 up the wall. Remember the old pink or green tiles? And it had this little handle thing for your towel. Yeah. What do you mean? Oops, I meant you're not? Oops, I meant I'm not. Okay, cool. We did have this little towel rack that was built into the wall, into the tile. Well, I could actually reach up there and swing on it a little bit. Well, one day I was doing this and it actually popped off the wall. Well, when it popped off the wall, it left this little hole. Well, we had this little pet raccoon it was just the funniest thing. It would go grab the car keys and put them down that hole. If my dad was laying in the bed asleep and it got upset, it would go bite my dad on the toe. It got to the point that pet raccoon, we had to give it away to somebody because it was causing so much hell in the family. My dad he was fed up with it, digging the car keys out of the hole in the wall that I made, being bit on the toes when he's trying to sleep. The raccoon, the raccoon, the raccoon. I always thought it was so terrible that they gave the raccoon away. but she did live a long life with her new family because they did not have kids and they did not have a hole in the wall to hide the keys in. Isn't that a funny story? Oh my God. My husband always tells me, "Oh, you should write a book because between you and your best friend, my best friend and I have known each other for almost 50 years, right? And we have been through some funny, funny times together. How we met is we were sister in laws at one time. My first husband and her husband were brothers. Well, my husband passed away. He was hit by a drunk driver, and she divorced her husband, but we stayed together. And it's always a funny story about all the different things we've done in our life since that time period. So, 50 years is a long time to know someone. It's not really your family member, isn't it? It's wild. Yes, I was 21 years old and a widow because a drunk driver had hit my husband. And we lost my dog. I lost him. I lost my dog. We lost a best friend, and the other friend was maimed for the rest of his life. It's a terrible story that happened in Caldwell, Texas, of all places. Oh, they're ready to go. Here we go. Let's go to court. Woohoo! Oh, cute, cute, cute.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I hope y'all kind of all hear pretty good.
Morning.
Good morning.
Check the sound.
So,
Hands up.
can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth.
4.
4
yes.
times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. And would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up. And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
You guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to South Shore Health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records.
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd, and the jurors will have this as an exhibit, just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second. Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous, actually, about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's
Prozac
under
for
behavioral
public
health
speaking?
history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program? Sentence, second paragraph.
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts.
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. You
Second
said Dr. Tufts?
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist, and further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right, in the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see one?
Yes.
Okay, she then explained that she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
I'm sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health that talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I think
that.
they were just out of order. Here it is.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine, that's no problem. That's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the last 4 days. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have.
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. She started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer
Wanted
wanting
to kill
to be
herself?
here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she doesn't care. Said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday, she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety. Is what
Yes.
the attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety. Do you know what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember at all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told me, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Did she, go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses
Did she say why she would do that?
to cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Oh,
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments.
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so Ken, I apologize. If you just keep you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep. Under current I'm sorry, it's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked me about that, at that point, she, just so you can see here, she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says plan to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you if
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
On that date, you say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes. From outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes. Partial hospitalization program.
IOP,
Intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according
Yes.
to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She is not a doctor. She cannot diagnose.
Did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yeah, so that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her. Unless it's, there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th, and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her? Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations, or did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, as a chief complaint of present illness, And again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
Not my note.
That's not, okay. All right, so you can hold on to that
Yep,
again.
thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can
I
it be in
agree,
evidence?
Leslie.
Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection? Sure, yeah. Yeah, if I could just hear that.
I'm telling you, this is, good Lord. I mean, he probably doesn't know either, Leslie, what the point is. Yeah, I don't think he does either. Is he just trying, oh, Aspire wouldn't help her? Well, my God, what is a crisis hotline? We all know what that is. That's where you call in because you're in immediate, I'm fixing to jump off the ledge kind of situation. Not that I think I might be could be feeling maybe a little suicidal. Here's my question. Where is Patrick all this time? Where is her mother all this time? Where's all this support that's supposedly with her all the time? Where are these people? It's so hard for me to understand this because I have never suffered from this. Now, I've had traumatic loss. My first husband was killed by a drunk driver when I was 21 years old. I've lost a child. I've had some hell in my life. But I still cannot comprehend or understand how she could do this and why was she so messed up? How did she went to nursing school. She took Prozac before in nursing school for about a year. We were already been told that in 2012 for about a year. She had no side effects. Something about anxiety and fear of public speaking. You don't take medication for that. What the hell are they not telling us? They're not telling us something. Something is just being hidden. What is it? God, what is it? What do y'all think? So quiet here. I don't know. I just think there's just something. I can't put my finger on it. There's just something about this. Sometimes I wonder, but now let's think about this for a second. What if there was a situation where, because husband and wives do discuss these things before they do it. What if it's a situation where, okay, we buy this house, we both have to work because it's a little over what one person can support. Is that why she's so upset? Because she didn't really want to go back to work, but she knew she had to in order for them to afford this house? I don't know.
12th. Again, I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right. It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? There were
Correct.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once,
Correct.
twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent
Correct.
to sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, I'm sorry, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know.
Okay.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from Women and Infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay.
Remember, Gelada
I
said
think
she
the
does not
district
have record
attorney
of
had
this.
asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day? Or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay. So you were calling other contacts. You were talking to Patrick. You would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that? Polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's okay.
definition.
Is it something to do with having much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me for 1 minute.
I'm going to tell you what that is. Okay, hang on just a second, guys. Hang on. So polypharmacy it means a person taking multiple medications at the same time. There isn't one universal number that defines, but it commonly refers to 5 or more medications taken regularly. Some medical discussions use hyperpolypharmacy as for 10 or more medications. It matters because taking many medications can increase the risk of drug interactions, side effects, dizziness or confusion, excessive sedation, falls, medication errors, or one drug affecting how another drug works. Importantly, polypharmacy doesn't automatically mean the medications are inappropriate. Some may legitimately need several medications for different conditions. If you're asking because you heard polypharmacy mentioned in Lindsay Clancy trial, I can explain exactly. So I'm going to say yes, this is ChatGTP. Yes, explain exactly. Thank you so much. We're going to just look at this really quick before we get back to his testimony. Okay, here we go. In the Lindsay Clancy trial, polypharmacy is a major part of the defense theory. What they mean by polypharmacy in this case is the defense is not simply saying Lindsay took a lot of medications. They are arguing that multiple psychiatric providers were prescribing, stopping, and restarting and changing medications over a relatively short period while her psychiatric condition was deteriorating. So, according to the reports based in the medical records, Clancy prescribes 13 different psychiatric medications during this 4 months before killing involving multiple providers. They were antidepressants, benzodiazepines, antipsychotics, and sleep medications. So, there you go. Let's go back over here and listen. That's what they mean. Here we go.
I just had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me. So I just need a second. I apologize.
Okay, hang on just a second longer. Let me just say this about this. Their argument is that polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers made it difficult for any one provider to see the entire picture of what was happening to Lindsay. Is that their fault or is that Lindsay's fault? You tell me whose fault that is. It is not the doctors prescribing the medication. The patient has a responsibility to go to the doctor and say, hey, should I still be seeing so-and-so? And should I still be taking the medication prescribed by so-and-so? You've got to be honest with your doctor if you want treatment. Now, that's how I'm going to leave it. Here we go.
Okay, I get it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, like, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods. You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite, she had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration, she had that, right? She said she was numb, she could not focus. Suicidal thoughts,
Yes.
we know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status. And that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which, on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as
doesn't
Prozac or
prescribe.
Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not
What
sure
does
on
that have to do with it?
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000 according to the studies and the statistics, and if
How do you
Fenway
know
Park
that
has
37
37,000
God,
seats,
but they're not all women.
times 2 would be 74.
Okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd. Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Attorney Buckingham.
Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paul or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess
Sounds
it.
right to
She
me.
came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with women and infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this
No, I
visit to
wasn't.
the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspect, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What was she laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
Don't be
So
hateful.
on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or reference to the fact on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine. Letitia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program. And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program, you talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention, she's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management, patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not? The patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So the patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, or they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Thank
Oh,
you.
okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did you
she
ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement,
Oh.
is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. Is particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay. And all I did was ask you about patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising. And then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Clinician, that'd be you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, meaning December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay. Got it? Let's see, please. Okay. Now, what's a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como? All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to witness number 62 now.
All right, Como, do you want to call your next witness?
Someone also call Cameron Daly as this next witness, please.
Now, I believe this is a friend of some sort. I don't believe this is a medical professional. I'm not sure. Or it could be a police officer. We'll figure it out. All right. Yes.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the matter now contained between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth and the whole truth? So help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cam Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been there?
Okay.
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And why were you going there?
For hospital watch of the suspect.
And individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, 2.
2?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical device attached to her. Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct, who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left the next evening, the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you wearing uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what? Guide the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me step down. Thank you.
Witness number 63, moving right along. Okay.
All right. So members of the jury, rather than start another witness for just a couple of, we're going to break, take the afternoon recess at this point. The plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back and resume with the Commonwealth's case. I'll remind you again, you probably know what I'm going to say. No talking about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour. Just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. I can close the notebook. This, lovely.
Okay. So there we have it. It's now time for us to all go to lunch. But what I'm going to do is, I don't want to do this, but in order to, I think, do what I want to do here, I'm going to turn this stream off and we're going to cut it back on. It'll be like the second half. In other words, we'll restart again at about 12:50 or 12:45 my time, so we can have this straight and we can go on with the rest of the day of our trial. So far it's kind of interesting. I don't understand what he was trying to say about Letitia Dukes. She's just a counselor. She can't diagnose anybody. The diagnosis actually comes from the doctors. The medications come from the doctors. What was the point of him grilling her about diagnosis and medications? It made no sense. Okay. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that. Anything y'all want to say before we take our break and go to lunch? Go ahead and say it now. You know, you're free to say whatever you want to say about this situation. Wow. Okay. Let's see. All right. So with that, Yeah, she was sane, but I know he's trying to make her insane so she won't have to go to jail. That's right. I know, Pam. I know. I was just kind of like I just think that I don't know what the hell this guy, I don't believe, I don't believe the direction he's going is helping her. I guess that's what I want to say. I don't believe this is helping her because, again, when you have a patient who is not being honest with each person she's seeing, because Letitia Dukes didn't even know that she was seeing other people or had been to other places, and she didn't even know, she didn't have a full history herself. Nobody had a full history. Is that the doctor's fault or the patient's fault? This is what needs to be talked about here. And I think it's a 50-50. Listen, I understand patients give the doctor their history. I know they do. And the doctor has to believe the patient. And I believe in her case, because she was an RN, doctors really trusted her a little more than they would trust another person. I do believe that because they share the camaraderie of being in the medical field, right? So with that, I'm going to end this stream. We're going to go do lunch and all that, and I'll see y'all back at 12:45. Remember, we're going to sign into a new stream because I want to add that vertical, because I notice what's happening here is it's affecting, not having it is affecting some viewing. So anyway, I'll see you in a little bit. Go eat some lunch, guys. Love you. See you in a little bit. I'm going to just say, see you later. Yes, I'll see you about 12:45. Bye, guys.